Congratulations, your champion junior heifer calf goes to back number 60734, Cameron Clapp with STCC TFG Rory 005J. And congratulations, the reserve champion in that division goes to back number 60699, Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with KMEM She's a Jewel 106J. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll now go into your next division here in your Purebred Simmental ring. We'll be looking for Class 34 Purebred Simmies born November, December of 2020. In that binder, I think it's on the back side of those. Well, I do believe we're about ready to get started over here in your Key ring. We'll be getting started with Class 1 Key heifers born May, June of 2021. Well, congratulations over here in your Simmental ring. Results of Class 34. First place goes to back number 61108, Mackenzie Neal of New Lebanon, Ohio, with Miss Harmony 412H. Second place went to back number 60743, Brooklyn Bailey of Hydro, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 60742, Shelby Spradlin of Blair, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Madison Moore. Fifth place exhibited by Mackenzie Taylor. And sixth to Blake Steele. We'll now look for Class 35 here in Ring 1. Currently in Ring 2, we are getting started with your Key Female Show, starting with Class 1 Key Heifers born May-June of 2021. We are excited to welcome your judge this afternoon, Mr. Will Core of Hillsboro, Ohio. He lives there with his wife Lauren and son Stokely. He's the owner and operator of Core Cattle. He's originally from Selma, North Carolina. He attended Blackhawk East, where he was a part of the two-time national champion team that went on to Western Illinois University. He has had the privilege of judging several shows on the national and state level. For those of you sitting in the stands, please put your hands together and welcome our judge today, Mr. Will Core.
As we get started here on the Key side of things, definitely all the pleasure is all mine to be here with you guys this afternoon. Have the privilege to sort through these cattle and young people. Very nice way to get us started here in this June and May class, and this is actually going to go ahead and be our first division. Young lady brings us a female, very well presented, neck ties high at the top side of her shoulder, body reads very incredible, and then what's really impressive from there, everything ties smoothly together. Shoulder ties into her rib cage. From there, her knee sets in her where it needs to, and that thing can get out and travel. Definitely a very nice place to start. The young lady's heifer that comes in too, honestly, as you step in behind the cattle, you have to appreciate this one for the amount of just stoutness and dimension that she brings to the table. Definitely a female that's very elegant and very well put together in terms of her structure. Maybe as we start to kind of dig into things, maybe a little bit shorter right there in that hip design, maybe like to lengthen that out and maybe tuck that tail head down between her pins a shot. Definitely a high quality female for that young lady. The black and white heifer is interesting. She has some very dynamic pieces, big-bodied, stout-hipped, and still good-necked. Maybe the pieces don't all blend quite right. Maybe wants to have a shot more of that shoulder, especially up top. Kind of want to open up there. Then maybe just kind of pushes her hock as we ask her to go. Gets a little shorter and quicker there in her step. The young lady's black heifer that's going to round us out. Just kind of a meat and potatoes kind. Stout, burly, massive. Maybe one that underneath all that hair, I'd like to just see a bigger foot underneath her. Maybe like to flatten out that shoulder and make her a shot more extended up front. But definitely a big-bodied, easy-feeding type of a female. That'll definitely be a nice project as she goes on down the road. Let's give them young people a nice round of applause for an excellent first class.
Well, congratulations in Class 1 and your first division over here in your Key show. Your champion summer heifer calf goes to back number 5181, DJ Houdat Sultry Queen 110 ET, exhibited by Abby Emberson of Oklahoma. And reserving that division will go to back number 5182, FRA Ella 65J, exhibited by Hadley Brown. Third place in that class goes to back number 5180, exhibited by Lucille Claire Wright. And fourth place goes to back number 5177, exhibited by Kendia Smith. We'll now bring in Class 2A Key females born April of 2021.
As we get into this April class here on the Key side, and you're standing ringside, and you think that there's one in here that absolutely has to win, you're one or two things. You're either the parent or the breeder, because I think these top 5 or 6 can be jumbled around any one way, and you can sit out here and talk them. For me, structure is going to stay a top priority. The female that I decided to start with is by far and away the loosest in terms of her spine, the most agile at the ground in terms of her feet and legs, and I thought was by far and away the most soundest, freest and easiest moving one. Is she 100% my speed? No, I'd like to smooth her up right there in her shoulder. Definitely probably make her a shot more just longer and extended in terms of her kind, but that was definitely one, in my opinion, that had the structure advantage. From there, the young lady's female I thought was the next most combination cattle within class, just in terms of her look, her presence, and her quality in terms of just her body design. Very, very well presented female. For me, is this calf's asked to lead. She's just a shot too straight on both ends of her skeleton, and I'm not necessarily saying it's in her hock. For me, it's more up in her hip. She just seems a shot tighter there today, but when that young lady's got her parked and presented there, that's definitely a high quality one. Honestly, the female in 3 goes right along with the 1 and 2. I thought both of those kind of fit the same bill, just in terms of the cattle needing to be laid back there in her shoulder and her knee. Just need to see a longer and smoother and easier stride there off of her rear too. I thought that that was a female that was big and robust in terms of her body, really stout. Where that one ends up in 3 and not in 2 for me is there in terms of her pins. They sit a shot lower. She wants to kind of duck them as we ask her to go. The young man's female here in 4 is one that's very intriguing. He gets that thing parked, gets her loin down, everything kind of comes together, kind of hits you with that come hither type of a look. But for me today, as we ask the cattle to go, we need to relax that one in her spine. She wants to run a shot downhill and come open right there at the top side of her shoulder. The young lady's female is one that I find very intriguing. Very big pieces, especially right there in terms of the center part of her rib cage. Very high quality individual. For me, as we ask those last 5 there to take that final lap, that one just has to be a shot easier there on her rear too, wanting to get a little bit rigid right there in terms of her pasterns. The young man's female coming next is one that I really like in terms of where her neck ties on her shoulder, big bodied kind of cattle, but that's one to me. She has the right sec to her hock. It's just a little unattractive, maybe wants to kind of get up under herself, and then that one too also is probably a little more straighter in her knee. Young lady's female coming next, one that I really, really like from the side. As we stepped in behind the cattle, her hock's wanting to push right there on the outside of her framework, and for me at this stage in maturity, that became a pretty big concern for me. The young lady's female coming next, awesome from the profile. Bigger kind of cattle, and I honestly don't mind that. But if we're going to take them a shot bigger and stretchier, they also got to have the mass to match that. That one just gets a little too two-dimensional for me. The black and white female coming next, probably a shot frailer at the ground in terms of her bone and footwork. Still a really nice bodied female that balances well from the side. The young lady's baldy heifer that comes next is going to be just kind of a functional cow right down the middle of the road in terms of her structure. She's very functional in her build, just doesn't have quite the bells and the whistles of the ones in front of her. And then the young lady's black heifer that rounds out, stout, punchy, burly, just got to be a shot looser there on the go. We need to fix that one on for both ends of her skeleton. Very nice class of Key females. That was very deep and interesting to sort through. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the Simmental ring. We have the results of Class 36 Purebred Simmental Heifers. First place goes to back number 60769, Eli Mundy of Speedwell, Tennessee, with WHF Andy 368H. Second place will go to back number 60763, Jordan Stevens of Ewing, Kentucky, with SBC She's a Classic 815H. Third place in that class went to Cade Stuckley. Fourth place, Kylie Evans. Fifth place in that class, Wyatt DeBerry. And sixth place in that class goes to Pacey Balcom. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds. We'll be selecting a senior heifer calf champion and reserve. Back over in the Key ring, we have the results of Class 2A Key heifers born April of 2021. First place went to back number 5193, J. Saul Who's That 1081 JET, exhibited by Maddie Dean. Second place in that class went to back number 5198, CMAC Core Style ET, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett. Third place was exhibited by Tucker Kate. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Hunter Perrier. Fifth place went to Landry Warnock. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Drew McCullough. Seventh place exhibited by Maddie Smith. Eighth place went to Madison Ori. Ninth place, Cragen Bristol. 10th place in that class, Riley Mays. And 11th, Katie Ruckman. Now in ring 2, we have Class 2B, Key heifers born March of 2021. Congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf will go to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with J. Saul Stunning Rose 0504H. And reserve in that division goes to back number 60759, Jordan Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 37, Purebred Simmental heifers born June to July of 2020. Congratulations in Class 37. First place will go to back number 60779, Nolan Goring of Random Lake, Wisconsin with KDP, Ms. Hoya Junebug. Second place goes to back number 60775, Hunter Norman. And third place goes to back number 60777, Anna White. We'll now bring in Class 38, Purebred Simmental heifers born May of 2020.
Here on the Key side of things, we dang sure turned up the heat. This class here, we can go 5, 6 deep, and dang sure going to have females that the longer they're on feed and under the proper management are definitely going to be in contention at several different shows. I'm sure as we kind of step in and just break down these cattle. These are two that kind of came to the top for me just in terms of their build, in terms of their structure. As we start to break them down, the young lady's female for me is the one that's just a shot stronger right out the back side of her shoulder. I like just how she comes right into her forerib there. Quite a bit just more dimension right there in terms of her forerib. And then as we ask the cattle to just kind of stand here and relax on the stand, I think that she's the one that's maybe just a shot more correct there in terms of her hip design. Now, is she perfect? No, God hasn't created one, and I dang sure don't want to think you guys to think that I'm being critical. She's one that I'd like to see probably just a little bit wider tracking as we ask the cattle to go, but I also realize that these are young, immature females that still have a long ways to go, and I guess I thought that that one was definitely the highest quality one the more I broke them down. The young lady's black and white female, I mean, this thing will hit you, and that is one little neck, big belly that definitely is very, very attractive. She's one, I love the way her knee sets in her and how she gets out and travels out of her front end. Like I said, I'm all about kind of the soft, squishy hind leg and that attractiveness. Maybe this one wants to push her hock and get just a shot soft there at the ground and maybe just bust her open right there in terms of her forerib, but that's getting extremely critical on one that's very, very high quality. I'd love to have that one on my team any day of the week. Same goes for the young lady here in 3. This one's kind of just a shot just stouter and punchier probably as we step in from the 3/4 view, but with that maybe just a shot more lower shoulder in this female, probably a little bit rounder right there at the bottom side of her shoulder also. And then I thought as we compared her to the 2 that precede her, for all that stoutness, power, and body, maybe you need a shot bigger foot there underneath her, but that's definitely one that's a high quality individual. Young lady, you'll have a great time with that one going down the road. The heifer here in 4 is definitely the outlier. She was the one that was hard to put together with me. She's one that probably has some extras and has the ESTs within class. She's definitely the biggest footed, biggest legged heifer. That's probably the most robust there in terms of her body. As we asked the cattle to go, I thought she wanted to maybe come up right there in the center part of her spine, maybe get a little bit rounder there in terms of her hip and where her pin's set in her, but that's being awful critical of one that I'm sure that young lady will have a lot of success with. The young lady's female here is one that I actually kind of gravitate towards, and then I have to remind myself I'm judging them today. Young lady, the longer this female's on feed, the more she matures, she's only going to get better. I love that one's looseness of spine, love her looseness of structure. That thing is incredible on the go. With the looseness of spine, though, we get a little bit easy right there behind our blade. Maybe we need a shot more forerib just to make all that blend a shot better up front there. But as that one grows, matures, and gets chub, if that comes right there, that's definitely going to be one in contention. The young lady's red heifer here is one that's really, really nice in terms of her hind leg design, really nice in where her shoulder sets on her rib cage. For me, maybe just a shot rounder and quicker there out of her hip. I'd like to see her just take a shot more athletic stride there from behind. The black heifer that comes next has the advantage in those 2 places. Squarer in her hip, better in her hind leg design. But for me, for the amount of chest that one's already pushing, I needed to see more balance, and that balance would come with a shot more center body. The young lady's female coming next, when she came in and parked, I thought that one was going to be in the top trio, but then as we asked the cattle to go, she just gets too rigid there in her step from behind. And then the young lady's female that's going to round us out, really nice calf there in terms of her top line, in terms of her length of body. She just runs out of just stoutness, power, and performance. Really, really nice class of females there. Definitely brought the heat really deep all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in ring one. We have the results of class 38. First place went to Anna White of Grandview, Texas, and second place went to Bentley Hill of Ada, Oklahoma.
As we get out here for this second division here in ring two, definitely had two very, very deep classes with quality all the way down. Cattle have been very, very impressive. I'm one that wears my heart on my sleeve. Definitely not good at hiding my cards. I told y'all there in that second class that those exhibitors brought the heat. Those two females fit together very, very well. We'll keep them together here for division champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in your second division over here in your Key Female Show. Your champion goes to back number 5210, HF Houdat Fox ET, exhibited by Caitlin Skiles. And reserve champion goes to back number 5215, exhibited by Kara Cummings. We will now bring in Class 3A Chianina heifers born February of 2021. Well, congratulations over here in your Simmental ring. Your champion intermediate heifer will go to back number 60787, exhibited by Anna White with KCC1 SWC Heavenly 26H. And reserve in that division goes to back number 6077, Nolan Goring with KDP Miss Hoya Junebug. Now in ring one, we are going to bring in your next class. Next class will be Class 39, Purebred Simmental heifers born April of 2020.
here on the Key side of things. Definitely another class and a lot of very good cattle. As we get these two cattle here in this top pair and just really start breaking them down, I thought the young lady's female had the distinct advantage just in terms of her hip. She's quite a bit stouter there in her pins. I think her tail head sets down nicer there within her pins. And then as we asked the cattle to go, I also thought she just took a longer, a little bit more athletic stride and was probably a shot looser right there in her spine. Is she perfect? No. I'd like to smooth her up right there at the top side of her shoulder. That is a big burly one that's ready to rock and roll. The black and white heifer that comes next, really, really attractive. When she stops fighting the young man and just cocks off, really gives you an awesome look. Really nice there in terms of where her shoulder sets in her, like how she gets out of her front end. Like I said, as we ask the cattle to go, maybe wants to get a little bit quicker there in terms of her step from behind, maybe like to just stouten her up right there in her pin set. Very, very high quality top pair of cattle. The young lady's female that I have in 3, she didn't necessarily hit me very hard as the cattle come in, maybe carrying just a shot of navel as we read through the hair there. But the longer we break down the cattle, that one continued to surface and continue to work her way up just in terms of her structure and her build. Very loose there in terms of her spine, very attractive in how her joints all work. As we compare it to the 2 that precede her, not just quite enough to her today. One that maybe just a little bit more moderate there in terms of her frame size, one that maybe needs a shot of bone, but one that I thought was very functional, very sound and big-bodied. I like the kind of cattle that she stands for. The young lady's female, very highly presented, comes to us in very good rig, like the condition that she's in, very nice down her top line. Everything fits together. One for me, as we ask the cattle to go, wants to come up in the middle part of her spine, drop her pins, and then one that's probably a little bit forward there in terms of her shoulder. Big, burly, beastie one comes next, huge at the ground in terms of her circumference of bone. For all that added size and mass, one that for me probably comes a little bit coarser there in terms of the shape to her head, the shape to her neck, and there through her shoulder. I'd like to make her a shot more feminine up front. The same goes for the young lady's female here. From her shoulder back, she's in contention. That's a huge-bodied, awesome hind-legged female. Just a shot too plain for me. We got to clean her up there through her chest. The next 2 females kind of represent a lot of the same kind, very attractive cattle, but from their shoulder back, they just run out of horsepower. We got to have a bigger cage in them, have more just doability. The young lady's female that comes next, big, burly. I mean, this is a big top, stout-hipped one as we step in behind the cattle. But with all that added stoutness, that actually comes to her disadvantage as she's just a shot coarser there in her joints, a shot coarser there in her shoulder. The young lady or the young man's female that's going to round us out, really attractive up front. Just a female that we've got a fixer there in her spine and her hip, wants to kind of drop her pins, very kind of just tubular there in terms of her body. We just got to have more substance to her. Very nice class of females, excellent top pair.
Well, congratulations in Class 3A over in the Key Ring. Your first place will go to back number 5217, TSSC CRKS, Who's Looking Now, ET, exhibited by Samantha Podsmick. Second place in that class went to back number 5222, JSOL TSCC, DAP Prime 100, JET, exhibited by Calder Cunningham. Third place went to back number 5225, exhibited by Marley Reese. Fourth place in that class, exhibited by Addison Bruggeman. Fifth place in that class will go to back number 5365, Ainsley Lee Mondrone of Missouri. And sixth place in that class goes back number 5220, exhibited by Campbell Thomas. Now in ring 2, we are going to bring in Class 3B Key females born January of 2021. Back in the Simmental ring, we have the results from Class 39 Purebred Simmental heifers born April of 2020. First place went to back number 60805, Montana Holzmeyer of Harrod, Ohio, with TJSC Knockout 401H. Second place in that class was exhibited by Harper Helms of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma, with HSC SSTF Hollywood 027H. Third place in that class exhibited by Braden Callis of Minco, Oklahoma, with BKC Glitter. Fourth place was exhibited by Cal Robinson Fifth place was exhibited by Laramie Sasser. Sixth place went to Courtney Keaton. Seventh place in that class, TJ Mills. And eighth place, Travis Clem. Now currently in ring 1, we have class 40 purebred Simmental heifers born March of 2020.
A very interesting class to put together here on the Key side of things, with a lot of differences, a lot of shapes, sizes, and it's all going to kind of continue to be that way probably, but I'm going to stay true to one thing, and that's build and structure. This female, to me, I thought read the most correct there at the ground in terms of her joints. She's one that I think is the most correct there in terms of her spine, in terms of the looseness of her hip, and she combines that with the fact of being huge right there through the center part of her rib cage. Still a really nice looking female. Like to square her paws up front, maybe going a little bit east and west. That bothers me just a shot, but that's being very critical of a very, very nice one. The young lady's heifer that comes next, from the profile, if you want to switch the pair and talk about length and size and scale, that's perfectly fine. But as we step in from the three-quarter view, this female down through the lower portion of her body's just got to have more oomph for me, got to have more punch right down through her quarter, and just have more true cow to her. But like I said, from the profile, very attractive, very well put together one. The black and white female has the extras. I mean, this thing is out in there in terms of how long and skinny neck she is, how robust she is right there through the center part of her body. Still a female that's extremely dimensional as we step in behind them. It's as we ask the cattle to go. This one's tilted a little forward there in terms of her shoulder. That causes her spine to come up, her hip to drop. I would just like to see more consistency as we ask the cattle to go. The young man's female of the remaining cattle, bottom line, I just thought she had more body and power. Definitely one that we got to correct off of both ends of her skeleton in terms of her joints and how she travels. The next two females are a lot alike. Very slender and sleek up front in terms of their neck and head. Really nice and laid in there right about their shoulder. Just cattle that need more power, need more body, need more doability to them. And then the young man's female. As on the top side of that one's skeleton, very nice in her spine. Everything fits together. It's just as we work our way down from there, she runs out of just body and true just doability right through the center part of her rib cage. Very nice class of cattle with a very, very good one to start us. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 3B, Key Heifers born January of 2021. First place goes to back number 5234, exhibited by Parker William Dix. Second place will go to back number 5236, exhibited by Piper Goodson. Third place went to back number 5240, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger. Fourth place went to back number 5231, exhibited by Sean Hertline. Fifth place, exhibited by Sutton Zello. And sixth place in that class was exhibited by Josie Wilkins. Seventh place, Andrew Triplett. Now coming into ring 2, we'll bring in all of your first and seconds to select a champion reserve out of your early junior heifer calf division.
As we get these first and seconds back out here for this division, 4 very high quality females that I'm very happy with as we get them back out here. Cattle that definitely represent structural integrity, definitely represent kind of bigger bodied cattle that I think certainly have a bright future in front of them. I think it's very close, kind of within the decision, definitely for reserve anyway. For me, our 2 class winners are cattle that definitely combine structure and definitely combine body like we talked about. I think the young lady's female is just quite a bit squarer there in terms of her toe shape up front. She's going to go ahead and be your champion female in this division. I think it's very close here as we kind of sort them for reserve. The young man's female is probably a shot burlier, probably a shot stouter out of her hip. They're out of the second class. The young man out of the first class is probably a little bit more extended, maybe laid in a little bit more correctly about her shoulder. We're going to stick with her for reserve. Congratulations to him. November and December female here on the Key side. The young lady's white-flanked female is probably just a higher presented female that's just more correctly put together there about her shoulder and neck junction and how everything fits together back through her forearm and heart. She's a female that's very nicely presented, especially there as they got her clipped there out of her tail head and got that smoothed down into her there. Very square and nice in her hip design. A female that I thought was probably just a little bit more accurate there in her stride off of her rear too. The young lady's black heifer is one that's probably got a shot more punch to her, a little bit more beastly there about her body shape. A heifer though with that kind of power gets a little bit more tilty up front there in terms of her shoulder angle. Maybe a heifer that needs relaxed there in terms of her step from behind. Still very two high quality individuals. Congratulations to both of those young ladies.
Congratulations in your key ring. Results of Class 4. First place went to back number 5244, Houdat Shoddy 100 HET, exhibited by Reagan Beneker. And second place went to back number 5241, exhibited by Cody Landers. We'll now bring in Class 5A, Key Heifers born September-October of 2020. Back over in the Simmental ring, the results of Class 40. First place went to back number 60820, Megan Brown of Greenville, Texas, with KCC1 SWC Harmony 847H. Second place was exhibited by Maggie Griswold of Stillwater, Oklahoma, with 4B Miss Honeybuns 50H. Third place in that class was exhibited by Maddie Dorsler of Green Forks, Indiana, with J. Saul Mary's Copa 0353H. Fourth place was exhibited by Laura Carpenter of Wamego, Kansas, with NIKL High on Love 055H. Fifth place exhibited by Nolan Hogue. Sixth place was exhibited by Darby Darbon. Seventh place was exhibited by Sadie Robinson. Eighth place was exhibited by Delaney Meredith. Ninth place in that class exhibited by Lainey Sasser. And 10th place exhibited by Wyatt Sterling. Now in ring one, we have Class 41, your final class here in your junior heifer division.
Only one October over here, and I was joking around with this young lady that she scared them off, and to be quite honest, she very well could have with an animal like this. Very high quality individual. Love that thing's foot and bone and how everything hits the ground so accurately and square. Very, very high quality individual. We'll look forward to getting her back out here in division. Congratulations.
Congratulations over here in the key ring. Results of Class 5A. First place was exhibited by Samantha Podsmick. Now we'll bring in Class 5B. This will be your final class before our senior heifer calf division.
Another single entry here on the Key side. The young lady has brought us a September female that very, very high quality one again, and awesome there in terms of her body shape. Young lady told me that she's being proactive, already got her bred, and definitely looking forward to going into the summer with her. Very high quality individual, nice neck to good bodied, very nice there on the move. Congratulations to her. We'll look forward to getting you back out here for division.
Congratulations in Class 5B. First place goes to Macy Weems. But I'll bring in those first and seconds and select the champion reserve senior heifer calf.
as we get this fall-born division back out here. Obviously not the numbers, but definitely some young individuals that brought high-quality livestock to the show. I tell you what, the female that's going to come out of this division, she didn't have much competition, but I definitely think that this one will be in it in the end and definitely be in contention with the quality of bovine that she is. I love the one out of the second class. We talked her there in that class, being so good structured. Very nice female. Congratulations, young lady. As we get out here for reserve, it comes down obviously between the first and third class winner. I think it's logical to stick with the young lady there out of the third class, just so overpowering there in terms of her body and mass. Congratulations to her on reserve division.
And congratulations over here in your key ring. Your senior heifer calf champion goes to back number 5246. SLIK Jalen's Pride 33H, exhibited by Samantha Podsmick. And reserve in that division goes to back number 5247, PCC Houdat Raptor 205H, exhibited by Macy Weems. We'll now look for Class 7 key females born May of 2020. Well, congratulations in Class 41. First place goes to back number 60840, Pepper Elmore of Wacomas, Oklahoma. with GBC XTB Hazel H03. Second place in that class, exhibited by Jackie Sletcher with Bankrolls Pridette 18H. Third place in that class will go to McKenna Snodgrass of Brock, Nebraska. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Lauren Frederick. Fifth place went to Dakota Height. Sixth, Carson Peterson. Seventh, Levi Fagner. Eighth place in that class was exhibited by Charlie Sutherland. Ninth place, Abby Melton. And 10th place, Lane Alexander. We'll now bring in your first and seconds over here in your Purebred Simmental ring and select a champion reserve junior heifer.
We get these two May Key females out here, and bottom line, there's just so much more to the black and white female. You step in on the cattle just in terms of the amount of dimension that she has, especially there out of her hip. A big, burly one that certainly is very attractive up front. Very nice there on the go. I really like that female and what she represents. The young lady's female here in two, very, very high quality. Love that thing shaped there to her forerib and there to the center part of her body. Really, really nice in terms of how her neck and everything attaches up front there. Bottom line, we just need more to her. Probably a shot more moderate there in terms of her size. Maybe a female too that we'd like to lay her back ever so slightly right there in her shoulder. But two high quality May females there. Congratulations to both of those young ladies.
Well, congratulations. Your champion junior heifer in this division will go to Pepper Elmore, Wacomas, Oklahoma, with GBC XTB Hazel H03. No.
As we get over here in the Key side and they start bringing in these big bred females. The young man brings this one that is definitely ready to come to town. One that just hit me very, very hard. You step in front of this thing, just so stout, so massive, just huge there in terms of her bone work at the ground, robust in her body, and just super dimensional as we step in behind the cattle. Still very elegant up front for the amount of just power and width that she brings to the table. I thought that was a very, very nice one and a good way to get us started. The young man's heifer here in 2 is one that, as you step in behind the cattle, I mean, it's incredible how much upper rib shake comes out of that thing's spine, how stout she is there in terms of her pin set. As we ask the cattle to go, maybe she's a little bit further forward there in terms of her shoulder, maybe just doesn't have quite the mass right there through the center part of her rib cage. The young lady's female coming next from her shoulder back, very ideal just in terms of the amount of body and true rib shape that she has. A heifer that's very nice down her top line. Probably one that's shooting a shot more chest up front there. One that maybe just carries that little bit of navel, maybe making her a little bit more unattractive from the side, but definitely a very functional, big-bodied cow for that young lady. And that's where she had the advantage over the black and white heifer that's going to round us out. This female just needs more to her, just needs more true dimension. A heifer that's very elegant, though. Very nice class there with an exceptional one to lead us off.
Well, congratulations over here in the Key Ring Class 8. First place went to back number 5267, exhibited by Wyatt Dunklau of Nebraska. Second place went to back number 5261, exhibited by Kinnick Paulson. Third place went to back number 5263, Sophia McCoon. And fourth place in that class, exhibited by Madison Fraser. We'll now look for Class 9 Key females born March of 2020. For those of you sitting in the stands over here in Ring 1, we are excited to welcome you, our champion and reserve champion division winners, here in your junior Purebred Simmental show. For those of you sitting ringside, please put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Tyler Cates. Well, congratulations. Your grand champion, Purebred Simmental heifer here at the Cattlemen's Congress goes to Pepper Elmore, Wacomas, Oklahoma, with GBC XTB Hazel H03. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Purebred Simmental heifer goes to Montana Halsmeyer Herod, Ohio, with TJSC Knockout 401H. Once again, congratulations to our junior Simmental exhibitors, and a special thank to our judge today, Mr. Tyler Cates.
As we start getting into the breds here in the Key side of things, definitely a class with a lot of challenges and a lot of differences. The female that I decided to go with, I thought she was the most complete cattle within class. Love that one in terms of how she comes right out the backside of her blade, just so stout and so powerful. Very nice there in terms of her hip and hind leg design. Still really elegant up front. It's interesting, maybe putting on a little condition right there on the front side of her shoulder, not necessarily through her jawline or there through her shoulder. Maybe wants to kind of roll in up front there, but that's being awful critical of a very high quality one that's very well presented. The young lady's female in 2 is more of a slicker haired one, and that's perfectly fine with me because what you see is what you get. Very nice cattle just in terms of the quality of her, just of her build. Extremely smooth there in her shoulder and in terms of her joint work. A female to me, as we kind of step in behind the cattle, she just kind of ran out of the oomph that our first place heifer had, especially right out the backside of her shoulder. The female here in 3 is one that I find very intriguing. Lots of big pieces, really long, extended, kind of bigger type of cattle. A female that for me, I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit more accurate, a little bit more coordinated there on her hind too. And also a female with her chest and her shoulder and forerib. That all just kind of needs to blend and be tucked up a shot better there for her to move up any higher. I still thought she was quite a bit more correct there in terms of her shoulder design than the female that we have in 4. From this female's shoulder back, she is ideal. I love this one in terms of her presentation. Young man's done an awesome job of getting this one ready to come to the show. For me, buddy, we just got to make that one a shot sounder up front, lay that shoulder back on her rib cage, and make her more athletic. The young lady's female is one of the same in terms of the heifer that we had in 3. really loose there in her spine, really nice there in terms of her look up front. But as I started sorting through those top-end cattle, that one just ran out of punch. Maybe a female that needs to be busted open right there in terms of her heart, dropped right there in her forerib, and that would allow her chest to balance better as we back off the cattle. The red female is one that's big and burly, especially up through the center portion of her hip. A female that has a lot of foot size and circumference at the ground. Maybe one for me, I thought just was maybe a shot more moderate there in terms of her kind. A female, if we're going to make her that moderate, I just got to have more to her. The black heifer, as we round things out, was the heifer that just read the quickest in her maturity pattern. Maybe a female for me was a little bit shorter and rounder there in her hip. I'd like to see that female just a shot bigger and longer and more extended. Very nice class of bred heifers there. Let's give those individuals a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Class 9 in your early spring yearling division. Your champion will go to back number 5278, J. Saul Dat Looker 0424HET, exhibited by Peyton Dara. Reserve in that division will go to back number 5277, J. Saul Dat Primo Who 0134HET, exhibited by Kathy Lehman. Third place went to back number 5276, exhibited by Reagan Amos. Fourth place, back number 5269, Austin Hunker. Fifth place was exhibited by Macy Weems. Sixth place, exhibited by Caden Alexander. And seventh place, exhibited by Madison Ori. We'll now bring in Class 10A Chianina females born February of 2020.
As we get out here in the February class, sorry, bud. You'll pull straight in. As we get out here in the February class, the young lady's female that sorts her way to the top, I think does so rather handily just in terms of freshness of condition, structural design, and definitely one that's very highly presented. Young lady does a nice job of getting her stuck. I really like the way that thing's neck attaches up front there. Still really nice there in terms of her hip. Really high quality one to go in there, go ahead and get us started. Young lady's female that comes in two, for me, the reason why she's there is just in terms of her stoutness of foot. She's quite a bit better in terms of her shoulder design than the female in three, and that's where she has that advantage. If she wants to move above the heifer in first, we got to bust her open right there in her forerib, smoother up right there at the top side of her shoulder, but still a very elegant, very, very sound moving female. The young man's heifer here in 3 is one that's big and burly in terms of her body shape. Just a female, as we work our way to the ground, was the frailest there. And then as we ask the female to go, probably comes up right there in her forespine. Like to see her just more athletic out of her front end. Congratulations to all 3 of those young exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 10A. Key females born February of 2020. First place will go to back number 5282. Press Jalen Style 2048 GT, exhibited by Rabin Benker of Ohio. Second place goes to back number 5283. TSCC MFS Hudat Biz 28 GT, exhibited by Maddie Smith. And third place in that class was exhibited by Maya Hetrick. We'll now bring in Class 10B, Key females born January of 2020.
As we get these 2 January Key females out here, both cattle are awesome there in terms of their body, really nice in terms of their hind leg design. In my opinion, the young lady's female needs to start and does so just in terms of the freshness of her condition. She's quite a bit fresher down through the center part of her chest there. And then I also think as we ask the cattle to go, she's one that's more laid back right there in terms of her knee and just more flexible out of her front end. Like I said, both very high quality cattle. Young man definitely needs to be proud of this one. Awesome from her shoulder back. Love that one in terms of her body and just the different things that she represents. For me, buddy, as we compare you to the one that precedes you, like I said, we got to lay you back there in terms of your shoulder, make that one just get out of her front end a shot better. But that's an awfully high quality individual that you need to be proud of. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 10B. First place goes to back number 5288. J. Saul Huda Whitney 098 GT, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And second place went to back number 5287. Carter Cornegie. Will now bring in your first and seconds and select a champion reserve junior yearling.
As we get out here in this division, obviously only 2 classes, but very high quality individuals. As we get them back out here, we talked about the young ladies calf that wins the first class, did so just in terms of freshness, also did so just in terms of how she's built there out the backside of her blade and there out of her hip. Very nice entry there for that young lady. As we get them back out here and compare them to the one that there comes out of the second class, there's probably just more true, genuine cow, especially through the center part of her body. And I think as we talked there in that second class, we thought that those two cattle matched up very good there in terms of the types and kinds that they represent. We'll keep those two together as division champion and reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
Well, congratulations in your junior yearling division. Champion will go to Sarah Sullivan and reserve to Cyrus Cornegie. We are now going to bring in all of your champion reserves and select a grand and reserve grand champion Key female.
As we get out here for Champion Key Female, obviously it's been a very, very good show, very high quality. It's been very enjoyable for me to sort through, and obviously the pleasure is mine to work with cattle like this and with young people like this. Definitely need to say a couple thank yous. Thank you to the Cattlemen's Congress and to the Key Breed for allowing me the opportunity to give you my opinion today. Definitely always humbling when you get a call like this. Definitely something that I've been looking forward to for a very, very long time. It's always something that means a lot to me. Growing up in North Carolina, didn't know a lot of people, and definitely, didn't have just, the opportunity to buy high dollar cattle and to do this type of thing. My family, mom and dad, and my brother-in-law and sister always did the best they could. We showed a lot of home raised stuff and definitely had great opportunities, and I wouldn't change anything about it because growing up the way I did has definitely made me eager to come out and to prove myself and just to provide better for my son. Definitely had my way of life or way of, that I look at life changed 14 months ago. God gave me the greatest gift that he could. Gave me and my wife my firstborn son, and he's changed everything. As I sit here and watch you parents look in from ringside, I now know why you have that look on your face and why you have that look in your eyes, because there's nothing greater than that privilege that God has given me. And with saying that, without God and without what he has given me in terms of just opportunities and talent, without him, I definitely wouldn't be where I am today. My wife, Lauren, a great thank you to her. And she has definitely been my rock, and she puts up with a lot. Definitely one that probably leans on her more than anybody in the world, and value her opinion as much as anybody. I'm sure she'll be waiting by the backdrop to tell me if she agrees or disagrees, and that's probably one of the best parts about our relationship is she's very, very talented, and I enjoy talking to her about cattle. With that being said, this lineup of cattle out here is extremely good, and it's been extremely fun to sort through. I'll just kind of go back through right quick and kind of speak about a couple of them. I don't want to take up too much time because I know we got the Key Angus and the low keys to sort through, but I also know what it takes to get cattle like this to look like this, and I definitely want to give these young kids the attention that they deserve. The calf that comes out of our second division, I guess there within that division, both of those calves, Grand and Reserve, are extremely high quality cattle. I thought that pair was extremely close. And as we get these cattle back out here, I think that this frosted-eared heifer has an extremely bright future in front of her. I love that one's skeletal build. I love her looseness of spine and how she gets out and travels. And when they're built like that, at least from my experience, it only gets more enjoyable to keep dragging them. Definitely think that one has a bright future. Very high quality calf there out of Division 2. Maybe as we get them back out here, maybe just not quite as sleek there in terms of her shoulder design, but very high quality as well. The Fallborn, I loved her within that division. She has probably one of the biggest, squarest foot out here within this drive. I think that's exceptional. That young lady's going to have an incredible summer with her as she continues to get heavier bred and more mature. As we work our way down the line from there, the young man that comes there out of the April division, I guess that one hit me hard. Is she absolutely the tightest chested one? No, absolutely not. But I guess as I feed cattle and we work at home trying to build cattle, when we get to this point in the year, if we got a little bit of chest, I guess it don't bother me, especially when you're backed by that much power, that much dimension, and that much body. I mean, that is one impressive creature out here, in my opinion. Huge-footed, huge-legged, still moves extremely good, in my opinion, at this stage in the game. I guess I have a lot of respect for that one and what she has to offer. To be dead honest with you, my wheels are sitting out here turning and how to mate that one, because I think she has a lot of potential to make the next generation better. here in the last division, the young lady's heifer, we talked her there, is so fresh, so youthful looking, and still so sound and so good there on the go. As we talked that April heifer, she does have a shot of chest. This one's better in that area. But where I think the April heifer has the advantage is just in terms of right out the backside of her shoulder. She has more shape and true dimension to her. I think it's extremely close. And to be dead honest with you, I still haven't made up my opinion or made up my mind. Definitely a very, very high quality lineup that, when they're out here and they're this good, it all comes down to personal preference. If you will, let's put our hands together for the breeders, for the exhibitors, and for the families. I'll go kind of take one more look and show you the two that I like the best.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion Key female here at the Cattlemen's Congress goes to back number 5267, SRR Miss Monica 10HET, exhibited by Wyatt Dunklow.
Hop on the mic one more time here. Definitely, I think as we pull in that reserve in that division, that was an extremely high quality female. Maybe as we get her back out here, maybe just doesn't have quite the swoop there right through the center part of her body, but certainly one that I think has a lot of quality to her. For me, it kind of comes down between two females out here. Both of them are very, very good. And I'll be honest with you, as we try to just create cattle back home and breed cattle how we like them, for me, I guess I just hold more value in the fact that there's a big bred standing out here that's sound and fresh and bred right. But I want to pay my dues to that young lady up there with that second division because she's very, very good. The young lady out of the last division will have your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your reserve grand champion Key female will go to back number 5288, J. Sol Huda Whitney 091HET, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to get started with your Key Angus division here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'll look for Class 14 Key Angus heifers born May of 2021. Well, we are getting started with your Key Angus show. First class in the ring is Class 14 Key Angus heifers born May of 2021.
As we get started here in our Key Angus show, young lady brings us a single entry May calf that definitely could have withstood a lot more competition. Very nice in her structure and her body. Young lady does a very nice job here getting her stuck. I'm sure she's got a very, very bright future showing this calf here. Let's give her a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations in your first class of Key Angus. First place will go to EVNS Jacqueline 093J, exhibited by Kennedy and Brooks Evans. We'll now bring into the ring Class 15A Key Angus females born April of 2021.
As we get in this second class of Key Angus, we definitely turned up the heat here. This top pair of females is very, very, very good and very interesting to sort through. In my mind, both cattle both need laid back a shot right there in their shoulder and knee. So then as we work our way from there, because I think both cattle need changed ever so slightly right there, bottom line, the young lady's female that I start with just has more to her. There's more punch, there's more stoutness, and just true turn there out of her hip and her pin set, probably even a shot more bone at the ground. Very, very high quality one there to start with. Now, like I said, the heifer in 2, I think she needs laid back in her shoulder just like the one that precedes her. She's one that's huge and robust right there through the center part of her body, one that's really, really nice in terms of her look up front. Maybe a shot fuller today, wants to maybe rise up right there in the middle part of her spine, but I thought that top pair was extremely, extremely good. The young lady's heifer in 3, really going to kind of fight the halter and push her. It's hard to get a good read, but for me, what moved her to 3 is I really like her body shape and her mass, but to match all that, we got to stouten her up at the ground, just make her more proportional. The young lady's female here in 2, really nice from the side, really long, really elegant type of cattle, and she actually has the advantage probably in class within just true circumference of bone, but as we step in behind the cattle, that one's just too two-dimensional for me. We got to give her more oomph and true power. The young man's calf that rounds us out, still really functional, really nice there in her body, maybe just doesn't tie everything together there, maybe just doesn't have quite the balance of the ones that precede her.
Well, congratulations in Class 15A. First place goes to back number 5335, WSCC Hennessy 87JET, exhibited by Kennedy Lockhart. Second place will go to back number 5337, exhibited by Marcy Harward. Third place went to back number 5339, exhibited by Addie White. Fourth place was exhibited by Jay Paxson, and fifth place exhibited by Austin Rogers. Now in the ring is Class 15B, Key Angus females, born March of 2021.
Really interesting class of Key Angus females to put together, especially this top trio. All three cattle are extremely different in their type and kind of bring different things to the table. To be dead honest, the young man's female, in my opinion, is the combination cattle within class. Really like this female, and I think where she has a distinct advantage over 2 and 3 is just in terms of her spine and her looseness of skeleton. Really like how that thing reaches out and grabs ground. Still really nice in terms of her look and her body shape. If I was to be extremely critical, probably like to stouten her up there in terms of her bone work, but I thought that she was the combination cattle that was the looseness in terms of her skeleton. The young lady's heifer here in 2, I think, is extremely high quality. She honestly looks the best she has right now. Really wanting to fight the young lady and hard to get a read on her. For me, she's maybe just a little quicker and rounder right there in terms of her hip and how she's built right there in terms of her pin set. I thought that one was extremely nice there in terms of how her neck ties high out the top side of her shoulder. And honestly, when she gets and goes, she really gets out and travels very hard or very good. Just really wanting to fight that young lady. It's hard to get a read on her. The outlier within class is here in 3, and honestly, if you want to start with her and talk about just boldness and just foot size and just length and dimension and extension, that's definitely perfectly fine with me. As we asked that top trio to go, she was the one that was the hardest to put together for me in terms of her center spine all the way back through her pin set, kind of wanting to come up right there, drop her pins and get up underneath her. I just like to just soften her center spine there and make all that relax and just flow better, but that one definitely has some extras and will definitely be interesting as time goes on. Taking nothing away from the young lady that's going to round us out, because that's still a big-bodied, extremely functional female. For me, she just ran out of the extras. Maybe a little bit coarser there in terms of her shoulder design, maybe a little bit more open there at the top side of it, and then a female that I'd like to see just take a more accurate stride there off of her rear too. Very nice class of Key Angus females there. Very interesting top trio.
Well, congratulations. In Class 15B, first place goes to back number 5342, Press Molly 163 JET, exhibited by Cole Langston. Second place went to back number 5340, BMW Ace 2325 JET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris. Third place was exhibited by Hadley Vogel, and fourth place exhibited by Kennedy Evans. Now bring in your first and seconds and select champion reserve late junior heifer calves.
As we get this second division out here, obviously only 2 classes, but I tell you what, these 4 individuals are very good and extremely fun to sort through. Definitely some differences just in kind of what these things bring to the table. Maybe not all the same type and kind, but I really tried to just pick the highest quality cattle there as they were brought to me. I think it's extremely interesting. We talked about the first class, that pair of females. they really followed each other there in terms of type and kind. Both cattle are extremely, big-bodied, big-footed type of cattle. Really, really sound there off of their hind wheels. Really good hip type of cattle. We talked about the young lady's female just had the advantage today, just in terms of just natural dimension. She just had a shot more to her, but that's definitely taking nothing away from the second there, because I still think that she's plenty far enough along at this stage. The young man's heifer that wins the Class 2 there, and we talked about her being the combination cattle in terms of her looseness of spine and softness of structure. Maybe a heifer, as we get her back out here and compare her to some of these other ones, like we talked about there within class, not having quite as much foot and bone. Maybe a heifer that needs squared up just ever so slightly right there in terms of her hock, but still a really high quality one. And then we talked about the one that was second to her. The longer she was out here, the better she looked, especially, when she stopped fighting the halter. Really, really high quality one that's awesome in terms of her hind leg design. Really neat up front. Maybe one that today we talked about her maybe a little shorter in her hip, maybe wanting to just get a better read on her structure there as she was fighting the halter quite a bit. But certainly a very interesting and competitive division. In my opinion, there's two cattle out here that are a little bit more my speed, and that's what makes it fun when cattle get this good. We're going to stick with the two heifers here out of the first class as Grand and Reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion late junior heifer calves. Champion goes to back number 5336, exhibited by Kennedy Lockhart. And reserve will go to back number 5337, exhibited by Marcy Howard. We'll now bring in Class 16A Key Angus females, born February of 2021.
Obviously, only a pair of them here within this class, but the young lady's female is going to win and does so just off of structure, one that's quite a bit more ideal in terms of how that hind leg just plants and drives a female that's very nice there down her top line. A female here in 2 that probably has a shot more dimension and just natural spread to her. For me, she's maybe a little bit coarser about that shoulder, maybe a little bit plainer up through that jowl, and then we'd like to just set her down ever so slightly there on her pasterns from behind. Very nice duo there. Congratulations to both of those young ladies.
Well, congratulations in Class 16A, Key Angus Heifers. First place goes to back number 5346, EVNS Jealous Love 083JET, exhibited by Kennedy Evans. In second place goes to back number 5347, exhibited by Tatum Miller. Now coming into the ring will be Class 16B, Key Angus Heifers, born January of 2021.
Another pair of Key Angus females, and honestly, I think this pair fits together very well. They both represent cattle that are big and bold about their upper part of their rib cage, definitely really stout there in their hip, and certainly cattle that can get out and travel, especially out of their rear skeleton. I thought the young lady's female that wins, I thought she was one that was just a shot truer up front in terms of how her feet hit the ground, in terms of her shoulder design. I think it's extremely close. Like I said, this one in second, big-bodied, stout. For me, as we kind of study those cattle going there, maybe wanting to kind of point those feet a shot east and west, I thought that was kind of a deciding factor between two cattle that are bold and massive, but certainly a very, very high-quality pair of them. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 16B. First place will go to back number 5237, exhibited by Kendall Harper. And second place goes to back number 5348, Josie Wilkins. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a champion reserve early junior heifer calf.
As we get this division back out here, definitely been a nice couple classes of pairs of cattle, and honestly, the cattle aren't necessarily the same, and that's perfectly fine. We're just gonna identify them for what they are and pick the highest quality one, in my opinion. The young lady that's actually up front, she came there out of our second class. We talked about how big and bold and massive that one was. She had the advantage in that class, just staying square and genuine in terms of her front feet and how they hit the ground. Still really, really nice. Out here, as we compare it to the calf that won that first class, maybe a shot plainer there in terms of her chest and her jowl. Maybe a little bit of shoulder comes along with that power, but I think she definitely represents quality there with what she brings to the table. The young lady's heifer there out of the first class is on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of look. Neckties really high, really fresh and good looking there about her chest. A heifer that doesn't have the amount of foot and bone that the one in front of her does, but I think that comes along with the elegantness and the smoothness of shoulder. That one's a little bit more my speed today. We're going to go ahead and use her for champion, followed by the young lady up front for reserve. Congratulations. Nice job, sweetie. Yep.
Well, congratulations. Your champion will go to back number 5237, Kendall Harper, and reserve goes to back number 5346, Kennedy Evans. We'll now bring in Class 17, Key Angus females born November-December of 2020. Okay, we have a correction on that last division. Your champion goes to Kennedy Evans and reserve to Kendall Harper.
Trio of cattle here, and the young lady's female I thought was the combination female within class. Really, really elegant one up front there as the young lady gets her parked. Still plenty big enough right there through the center part of her body. And then where she had the advantage to me, I thought she moved better out of her front end, especially there in her shoulder. And then honestly, she also has the bigger, stouter hind leg that still gets out and covers ground. I thought that was a really, really nice way to start. The young man's female here in 2 is big and robust about her body. She definitely has that advantage just in terms of center rib. Still a female that ties really high there about her neck. Female is very well presented. A heifer for me, I just like to see that shoulder laid back on her rib cage there, and that would enable her to get out of her front end a shot easier. The young man's female here in 3 just ran out of horsepower, to be dead honest. She just needs more of everything, more bone, more body, more stoutness, and if she has that, she could very easily move up. Very nice trio. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf goes to back number 5245. WVW Miss Harper, exhibited by Kendall Harper. Second in reserve in that division goes to back number 5349, exhibited by Kevin Hesser. And third place, exhibited by Charlie Sutherland. We'll now bring in Class 18 Key Angus females, born August of 2020.
Young lady brings us a single entry. That's also automatically a division champion. The female is very nice down her top line, very long and level hipped. Really like that about her. Young lady's done a very nice job of getting her presented and bringing her to town ready to roll. Congratulations to her on automatic division. Very nice single entry.
Congratulations, your champion summer yearling goes to back number 5248, WHSP Blue Jean Baby Queen, 21H2CA, exhibited by Cody Landers. We'll now bring in Class 19 Key Angus females, born April of 2020.
Only 2 in this class, but the young lady has definitely brought one that represents a lot of the things that we've talked about all day. Big bred that's still really fresh in her condition, awesome looking, and still really, really nice in terms of how she's built at the ground. Really think that one is very high quality in a lot of different aspects. It'd be interesting to get that one back out here. Congratulations to her. The young man here in 2 is a female that's really, really sharp looking up front. very, very stout in terms of the center part of her body up high as she comes out of her spine. Maybe just a shot more tubular right there through the center part of her lower body cavity, and maybe a heifer that's probably a little far forward there in her shoulder. If we could relax her there in her knee and shoulder, I really think that would keep her better balanced on the go. Very nice pair of females there with a really, really nice one to get us started.
Congratulations. In Class 19, your champion late spring yearling heifer goes to back number 5353, BMW Ace 422 HET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris. And reserve in that division goes to back number 5354, exhibited by Cody Clary. We'll now bring in Class 21, your final class here in your Key Angus show.
Really an exceptional single entry here. A big bred female that comes to us in awesome rig. Really, really fresh. Really like how far along she's getting there in gestation. Looks like she's going to be dropping a nice udder. Really highly presented female. Very nice there on the go. Be looking forward to getting her back out here. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations, your champion junior yearling goes back number 5357, HIGG Henley 088 HET, exhibited by Haley Holt. We'll now bring in all of those division champion and reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Key Angus female. Followed by that, we will be going right into your Key Composite Junior Heifer show.
As we get these Key Angus females back out here, it's definitely been an enjoyable show to sort through. Definitely, the pleasure is all mine to get to work through cattle like this. And I spoke earlier there during the Key Drive about my thank yous to the Cattlemen's Congress and to the Key breed for allowing me to come out here and give you my opinion today. Definitely, it's been enjoyable and it's been fun to sort through. As we get these cattle back out here, I'll be dead honest with you. I think there was some really, really high quality calves, and definitely I think that they deserve the respect to be talked about because those are definitely some females that are going to come down the road and definitely have some success. As we breed them, raise them, feed them, and manage them back home, I'll be dead honest with you though, it takes a lot to be a bred for me. I realize the challenges that the big bred represents at this time of the year in terms of getting her bred right, her catching and feeding that thing and keeping them fresh in their condition on getting them back here and having them look like these two do right here. I think these two heifers, honestly, I'll be dead honest. I think they represent a lot of the same things. Both of these cattle are very, very good in their structure. Love the body on both of them, and still both of them are very fresh in their condition and extremely good looking. I think it just comes down to personal preference or kind of what you want today, and that's when it gets fun and enjoyable for me. It's like I said, it's been an honor and a privilege. Number one thing I'll always do is give the honor and glory to God and go out and show you the two that I like. Let's give these exhibitors, breeders, and families a big round of applause. I'll show you the two that I like.
Congratulations, your grand champion Key Angus female goes to back number 5357, Haley Holt with HIGG Henley 088 HET. Your reserve champion in the Key Angus show did go to back number 5353, BMW Ace 422 HET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhis. We are going to get started with your Key Composite show here in just a few moments. Well, looks like we are about ready to get started here with Class 1 Key Composite Heifers born May, June of 2021.
As we get started here in the low key division, to be honest with you, when the young man in 2 walked in, I didn't think it was even close. And then the longer I studied the cattle, the more I realized just how more genuine and true the female that I decided to start with is right out the backside of her shoulder. She's quite a bit better there in her forerib and just how her spine leaves the backside of her blade. Definitely one that probably doesn't have just a center body sweep that the one does in 2, but I still think at this age and this maturity, there's plenty enough there. I just felt more comfortable with her design and build about her shoulder. The young man, like I said in 2, when he walked in, I'm like, man, this thing is cool. It's got some wild pieces. Love that thing's neck and center body and hind leg and how it all works. The longer I study her, the more issues I have just up front there in terms of her shoulder and how it's built. We need to just bust her open right there in her forerib and strengthen her spine. But like I said, buddy, that's a really high quality one that has some really, really unique pieces. You'll have a lot of fun with her as you continue to go down the road. Congratulations to both of those young men.
Congratulations in Class 1. First place goes to back number 5183, RFR Lily, exhibited by Connor Moore. And second place will go to back number 5292, exhibited by Ellie and Coy Moonen. We're now going to bring in Class 2 Key Composite Heifers born March, April of 2021.
As we get here in this second class, obviously cattle are feeling good and jumping around a little. And I wanted to take those last two for one last little turn there just to make sure I was reading things correctly. I think the black heifer is just more longer and athletic there in terms of the stride she takes off her rear two. I also think that she's probably a shot more laid back there about her blade, about her front end, and that's what made the decided advantage in terms of me. She's a little bit more immature right there in terms of her body, but also as I read her condition, I'm extremely happy with where she's at in this stage in the game. And when she stops right there and gives you that look, definitely a high quality one. The black and white one as she came in was the one that struck me. I mean, that one is wild looking, definitely awesome about the center part of her body, round and robust there about her rib cage. Definitely one that still has plenty of stoutness. As we ask them to go, she's wanting to get maybe a shot just shorter and tighter right there in terms of her step, and that's maybe coming from her hip design to me today. Obviously, everybody's kind of wanting to fight the halter. I just wish that one would just get out and grab ground a little bit more easily. The black and white heifer in 3, from her shoulder back, I honestly think that maybe you can start with her. This one's awesome in terms of her hip design, her loin, her tail head, how everything fits together. To me, it's all up front where she ends up in 3. Already got a little bit of chest, but my real issue with her is there in her shoulder design. It's just too far forward there for me. We got to make her more comfortable there off the front side of her skeleton. The young lady's black heifer, really stout, really powerful, maybe even has the biggest foot there within class. Just a heifer to me, read a little bit coarser there about the shape to her shoulder, the shape to her neck, and then with all that added power, I definitely like to see just more body right now. Of those cattle, she read just the most tubular right there through the center part of her cage. Definitely a very high quality class with a couple very, very elite ones up top.
Congratulations in Class 2 in your late junior heifer division. Champion goes to back number 5296, FTZS FLNM Ashley 11J, exhibited by Lucas Levers. Reserve in that division will go to back number 5294, exhibited by Abby Clack. Third place went to back number 5300, Braden Hansen, and fourth place goes to Kayla Lippert. We'll now bring in Class 3 Key Composite females born February of 2021.
As we get out here in this class, honestly, for me, this is when it becomes extremely enjoyable. When you have a top pair like this of contrasting kinds, you get to use the kind of cattle that's a little bit more your speed. The heifer that I decided to start with is bar and away the one that's just better in terms of her shoulder design to me. She's splayed in quite a bit smoother right there at the point of it. Her neck and her forerib all attached the way that they need to, and then when she stops and gives you that look right there, you really have to appreciate just her length, her extension, and her growth, and I think that's where she has the advantage over the heifer in 2. When the heifer in 2 came in, she hit me, and I mean, she is bold and massive and stout, and if you're a little bit more into what I would call almost a steer making kind, I mean, I can definitely see you switching and starting with this one, and I have no issue there. For me and what I try to breed at home and what we try to achieve, this one comes off a little bit earlier maturing to me, maybe a little bit quicker there in terms of her mature cow size. I like to smoothen her up there in her shoulder, just kind of tighten all that up front there, but that is an extremely high quality one that is very, very well presented. The young lady here in 3 is one that honestly, she doesn't have the bells and whistles, but as you start breaking down just functional cattle, you have to appreciate this one and how she can get out and travel. She's the one that just needs more added body right now, but certainly one that I think with more time on feed and maturity, that one can certainly be in the hunt. The young lady's heifer that's going to round things out, stout, bold-bodied, a little bit kind of a shorter, more compacted type of cattle. Maybe her shoulder needs laid back in her, need to make her a little bit more athletic there out of her hip and her hind leg, but certainly a very nice class with a very intriguing and interesting top pair of different cattle.
Well, congratulations in Class 3 in your early junior heifer division. First place and champion will go to back number 5310, TSSC Saul She's the One, exhibited by Olivia Rooker. Reserve champion in your early junior heifer calf division goes to BWEL Daisy 423J, exhibited by Kayla Lippert. Third place went to back number 5307, and fourth place, back number 5223. Next class in is Class 4 Key Composite heifers born October, November of 2020.
Here in this fall-born class of the low percents, the young man brings this one that I guess I was very willing to say she handled the class rather easily, very, very just able to identify with her type and kind in terms of look, body, presence, and structure. Very, very nice female that's well presented in the right rig and definitely here to compete. It'll be nice to get her back out here. Congratulations to him. The young man here in 2, it definitely has the advantage within just width and bone and mass. A heifer for me is just a little bit too masculine up there about her head and her shoulder design. Maybe doesn't have just that center sweep right there to the center part of her body, and that's what causes her to fall out of balance, but still a very unique female with what she offers. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 4. First place will go to back number 5313, TCLC Tamale 0318GT, exhibited by Tyler Miller. And second place goes to back number 5315, Sweet Tea's Sista Kiki 1H, exhibited by Legend Melton. We'll now bring in Class 5 Key Composite females born September of 2020.
Very, very nice class here of two females, and honestly, two females that are completely different in their type and kind. I decided to go with the calf that's just more my speed, that just fits a little bit more of the bill that I'm looking for. The young lady's black heifer has a distinct advantage just in terms of size and scale and sleekness about her shoulder design. Definitely one that still has foot and bone and power, and I guess that's what I thought was unique, is the fact that she's just that much bigger, just that much longer and extended, and still smooth in her shoulder, but still combines that with that much mass. The young lady's peach-colored calf is one that is very, very unique. I mean, you want to talk about a good-looking one that comes out the backside of her shoulder with a big round rib cage, really stout and nice there about her hip and hind leg. For me personally, I just need to have her a shot bigger. She reads just a shot quicker there in terms of her maturity pattern, but that's taking nothing away from a very, very high quality one. That was a very nice class of just two females. Congratulations to both of those young ladies.
Congratulations in Class 5. First place goes to back number 5318. FREX Miss K 96H, exhibited by Kegney Hoffman. And second place went to back number 5317, exhibited by Hadley Whitley. Now bring in those first and seconds and select champion reserve senior heifer calf.
As we get out here for this fall born division, definitely, I think obviously only two classes and obviously only four head, but I tell you what, very, very high quality. These young people have brought very, very good cattle to the show, and it's definitely been a privilege to sort them. I think it's interesting because I obviously went with both the cattle that were a little bit more my speed. So then when we get two cattle out here that are a little bit longer, stretchier, and prettier, it becomes interesting to kind of sort between those two. Honestly, I think it's very, very close. I think you can go either way. If you want to go with the young man up front, I think you talk about just smoothness of shoulder and just real, just feminine look up front. Really a big-bodied female also. If you're going to go with the 1 and 2, I think you talk about her uniqueness in terms of combining foot and bone and that much stoutness into an athletic package that can still get out and travel. I think it's extremely close for me today. I'm going to use the one that's just a shot more unique. We'll go with the young lady for champion, the young man for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, champion goes to Kegney Hoffman, and reserve champion will go to Tyler Miller. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look for Class 7 Key Composite females born May of 2020.
Nice female that this young man has brought us here. Really, really elegant and long and extended up front. Kind of comes to us in a more just compact package in terms of just body and mass. Really nice female for him. Very nice job, buddy. Congratulations. We'll look forward to getting her back out here.
Well, congratulations. Champion Summer Yearling goes to back number 5319. CKSC Bunny 004H, exhibited by Kinzer Scott.
The all black heifer just demands your attention within this class. She just overwhelms the white female in terms of bone mass and just true power and density. Definitely a very, very nice female. Young man's brought one to town that's ready to rock and roll. The white female taking nothing away from the young lady. She's done an awesome job of keeping this one really fresh. I admire that about her. She's a female to me, though. We just got to have more to her. We got to have more body. We got to have more mass and more bone. Definitely a very nice pair of them. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Congratulations, your late spring yearling champion goes to back number 5321, exhibited by Tucker Shepard, and second place went to back number 5322, exhibited by Lexi Houth. We'll now bring in Class 9 Key Composite females born March of 2020.
Just another pair of females, obviously, and to be quite honest, the female that starts isn't blessed with the hair coating too, and it's a little bit of what you see is what you get, and that doesn't bother me one bit. To be honest with you, we sort these cattle on the go between this pair. The female that leads off is just quite a bit more athletic, especially there out of her hip and hind leg. She's one that also, to me, reads a shot fresher there in terms of her condition. I really like just the natural look that she brings to the table. Very, very nice female. The young lady that has the calf in too has obviously done an impeccable job at home of getting this one ready to come to town. Hair and everything is spot on. Presentation is awesome. For me though, we just got to have her just more athletic off of both ends of her skeleton, especially her rear two. Kind of wanting to just throw them. I'd really like to see her just plant and drive a shot better there off of her hock. But that is one big, massive one that young lady definitely needs to be proud of. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your early spring yearling champion will go to back number 5324, exhibited by Carly Clark, and reserve champion will go to Lauren Johnson. Now coming in the ring is your final class here in your Key Composite show. This will be Class 10, heifers born February of 2020.
Young man brought us an exceptional single entry here. If you've been with us through the Keys and the Key Angus, you know how much value I hold to a big bred being in this rig and looking like this at this stage in the game. Very, very nice female, well presented, huge bodied. I just love her looseness of skeleton, how she gets out and grabs ground and does it so comfortably. Very, very nice single entry there. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations in your junior yearling division. Champion goes to back number 5329, J. Saul TSSC Beth Dutton 0113 HET, exhibited by Seth Martin. It is now time to bring in your division champion and reserves and select a Grand Reserve Grand Champion Key Composite female. For those of you that are still with us in the stands, if we can put your hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Will Core.
As we get out here and get these Grand and Reserve divisions back out here for our final drive, definitely very pleased with the cattle that we got out here. We weren't blessed with numbers in each division, so if it's okay with you guys, I realize it's getting late at night, but I also don't want anyone to go home and be like, hey, he didn't say much about my single entry and then didn't pick me. So I'm just going to run right back through them, tell you the little itty bitty things that I'd like to change or what I like, and then we'll go slap your champion in reserve. The young man's calf up front, we talked about her. She won that division for just being so genuine and true in her spine, right out the backside of her shoulder. Really nice there in terms of her structure. As we get her back out here, maybe needs a shot of center body, but certainly one that I think is only going to get better with time. The young man's heifer there out of that Division 2 is definitely one that I think is in contention. I really like what this thing represents. You study the way that thing's built up front in terms of her shoulder design. And when that shoulder's laid that far back on their rib cage, that's what allows that neck to come so high there out the top side of her shoulder. Very attractive, very sound. As we get her back out here, you start asking yourself, is she far enough along? And honestly, for me, she is. But as we compare to some of these other ones and you start weighing her against big breds this time of the year, maybe we could have just a shot more forerib and a shot more just true dimension right there to her body, but certainly one that I think has an elite future. The same goes for the young lady here out of Division 3. I think that this one's best days are only ahead of her. I love that one in that division just for the simple fact that she was more my kind. I really like just her length and her extension and how pretty she is from the side. Very feminine and laid in smooth there about her shoulder. As we get her back out here and compare to maybe some on either side of her, she's one that I'd like to square up front. Maybe wants to go a shot east and west there on those front toes. That bugs me just a little, but that's getting extremely critical. One that I think is a very high quality. The Fallborn won that division because she was so unique. That is one monster-footed, monster-boned animal that can still get out there and travel. The view that kind of concerns me is right here as she's parked and wants to kind of get easy there within her top. I'd really like to see her just stay a shot more collected, but when that thing's on the go, that's honestly her best move. Everything comes together. Very unique one there that definitely has some exciting things to breed on. The May there in that single division, we talked about her being compact and big-bodied. Very nice job to that young man. The black heifer that comes next is one that I think from her hip forward, she's in contention. That is one big, robust-bodied one that still combines that with the amount of just look that we're after. Still really fresh in her chest, like that one's shoulder design. For me and where I'm at, I'd like to see her just a shot more relaxed right there in her center spine, and I think that's what throws her hip off just a shot. Maybe wants to duck those pins as we ask the cattle to go, but that's still a very high quality one. The baldy female, when we talked to her there, just is what you see is what you get, and I honestly have a lot of respect for that. This one's just so genuine in terms of her body, in terms of her look, just really robust there in her rib cage, really nice in her joint work. Think that one ties a lot of things together. As we compare it to the big bred behind her, does she have quite as much to her? The answer is probably not, but then at the same time, you also got to weigh in the fact that she's probably laid in a shot smoother there about her shoulder. And then when we talked that big single entry there, we talked about how much it's just awesome to have a big bred here that's really sound, huge-bodied. Love that one's just looseness of build. That thing can just get out and grab ground and does so just so comfortably. Definitely one that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. This will be the last time I hop on the mic. Definitely want to thank, again, the Key Association, the Cattlemen's Congress, my family, my wife, my son. Definitely, it's been a dream come true to stand out here and give you my opinion. I'm sorry if you didn't like my opinion, but I guarantee you one thing. When I lay my head down on the pillow tonight, I'll know I did exactly what the heck I wanted to. And in my opinion, that's all that really matters. Give all the honor and glory to God. I'll go out and show you the two that I like the best.
Congratulations, your grand champion Key Composite female here at Cattlemen's Congress, J. Saul TSSC Beth Dutton 0113 HET, exhibited by Seth Martin. And your reserve grand champion Key Composite female goes back number 5324, exhibited by Carly Clark. Once again, congratulations to all of our Key exhibitors, and a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Will Core.